These nuts seem real good. I guess we'll eat them. Hey folks, Beard here, coming at you with another live. Today, we're taking that leftover food in here. What the hell's in this bag? Oh, a bunch of, yeah. We're taking the leftovers. And we're gonna throw the, shit, I should have done it with this one. The barbecue, the Korean barbecue spam into it. For a little snack while we wait for this to heat up over here. Well, we probably should cut up the spam. We're gonna have some of these Planters nuts. What is there? Peppercorn pistachios and Parmesan cashews. I don't know about you folks. Sounds pretty damn good to me. I don't know. I need a. Give me 1 second. It's gonna drive me nuts. I got that. Yo. I'm very good. But, we shall. Chief? Chef? Chief. No, chef. Yeah. Sorry, folks. Sorry, folks. Well, we'll see, I guess. I don't think he. I'd use the term that it smells very tasty. Maybe it'll be better once it's cooked. Maybe I'll be surprised. Hey Ace, hey Leo. The Korean barbecue spam smells unusual. I'm almost like I don't want to put my leftovers with it because like what if it ruins my food? I guess I try it once I cook it before I put the leftovers in with it. Mm. Hey Penelope, Penelope. Hey Rev. How are y'all doing? Beard has a lot of hope that the spam will, smell better once it's cooking. I guess we'll see. Amykins! Hey! I don't know about this. This doesn't smell very tasty. No, what the hell? And we got these peppercorn pistachios and Parmesan cashews. These are so damn good. Mm. Oh, crunchy. You're gonna serve up the WD-40 casserole? We gotta cook the shit up out of this. Smelling a little better. What it? What do you cook your truck as steak on its birthday in WD-40? You know what? Fuck it. Oh shit. I haven't done the left hand in a while, but I'm left-handed. If that was raw meat, I don't think I'd do something like that. But I learned to do too much with my right hand. CJ, do any of you, do any of y'all cook a meal for your? I'm the left-hand man. Why do you think I keep my left hand in my pocket when I cook? Because too tempted to use it. This spam, I don't know, folks. It might go good with the food that I have over here. I'm confident about that. And then once we cook it, we're just gonna add these noodles. We have some vegetables here. We'll take it out of here and we're gonna put it in a bowl. I'm gonna try that shit. I at least won't ruin it if I cook it and I warm it up in here. And then we'll see if I'm gonna add the spam or not. Or if the spam's a loss. I don't know. The spam smells different. Spam stir fry. Dank food hack, spam stir fry. We'll want to add some water in there, right? Or just I don't know. The spam is like cooking weird. I don't even know how to properly stir it to cook the spam on all the sides correctly. So I'm just kind of chopping it up and then this extra big pieces. Hold on. Do I add water to it? I don't know. It'll sizzle when I do it. Hmm. We have 23 seconds left on this. I might give it another minute. Just cook the shit out of it. Because all spam is good if you cook it crispy. Even the worst of the flavors. It will just burn and stick to here. I mean, that's 6.5 minutes. So, throw a little butter in there. What are you, a heathen? We're cooking Asian food. What if I get struck down by some ancient god? Okay, on Emmy's request, we're gonna throw this much butter in there. How much butter are we gonna throw in there, folks? You're asking me? You're probably asking how much butter are we gonna throw in there, right? And not only that, it's already a black pepper dish, so we're just gonna. And he's like, add some flour. I need to keep that moving. I'm probably. Anyway, before we just burn the shit out of this, we'll just add it in here, and then we'll worry about stirring it. Mm. That's a decent enough camera angle here. We wanna. I hate using a spoon or something like that. That shit ain't never gonna work. There we go. Everything's incorporated now. Now let's see how the spam is. I don't think we're gonna eat the spam, folks. No thanks. You ever had really old pork? It's kind of spoiled. That's what this tastes like. I'm not a big butter fan. Hey folks, welcome in, Allie. That's what people tell me. Should I add some Cajun seasoning while I'm at it? Let's see. It smells kind of like picante sauce right now. Uh, not really. No. Yeah, Colby, what was up? Hey, Nitro. We were gonna have this, but I fucking hate the way that spam tastes. I don't need to eat it, so I'm gonna count my blessings that I don't need to eat it. Yeah, you can look all you want. Don't get in my eye though. It's the first time I've been burned on my face. Let's see what this concoction even tastes like. Oh, damn, dude. I'm sorry. Oh my god. What the hell is that flavor profile? What the fuck? That's like some ancient It's like I discovered some ancient food secret. Did I discover another flavor group? Hold on. That's not savory, that's not sweet. That's not salty, that's not umami. What the hell is that? It's like it's like all of them. Oh, oh, that is dangerous. Sorry, Colby. I was just trying to. Yeah, I don't often pray, but this was one of the few times. Um, I was gonna make some leftovers with some spam, but the spam didn't taste good. So we just heated it up here with some butter, added some extra pepper to it, and I think I discovered a new flavor group. I don't know. It doesn't taste like any of the other ones. It doesn't taste like. That's weird. There was already soy sauce on the noodles. There's already soy sauce on the noodles. It doesn't taste creamy either. At least what I've had is not creamy. Hold on. That's probably it. But there's the leftovers. Once we cooked it in a little butter, warmed it up. The Korean spam thing seems to go pretty well with it. I don't know about y'all, but that looks pretty damn good to me. Yeah, everybody, big prayers. Yeah, prayers for Colby. Hopefully they figure that out. Wow. The hell is that kind of flavor? It's like sweet. This is leftovers from my Chinese food that I had last night. This is just my Chinese food that I had from well, 2 nights ago, and then I just cooked it in some butter. This comes from Hy-Vee. It's really good. And this is a reheated leftovers. Like, I'm gonna try something. Me, me and Chef Mike. Let's see how. Damn. Hey, Hunter. How's the one piece of pork? Best before September 11th, 2025. I guess we'll see how it is, huh? It's a prop. It's totally here as a prop. That's why it's there. 'Cause he got a big fucking beard. It's a good prop. Be wary of things that are in bulk at a suspicious price. There's probably so much sodium in here, it would like it'd make my head explode to know it. I improved the dish. It's better than it was before. I don't know why it's not creamy. YouTube is. Remember the other day, YouTube totally shut down, and now we've been having this. It's like, what's YouTube up to? Like, there's competition for YouTube nowadays. Your website's fucked up enough, you're gonna lose your viewership on your website. So it's not like when YouTube was at the start, they need to fix it. Welcome, rapper and Pitbull. Welcome. I don't know how to describe this dish. I wish you guys could taste it. Especially you, Emmy. We use like a quarter stick of butter. Chromie homie. You're part of that 1%. I probably turn this into a. You don't eat veggies? What are you on the carnivore diet? You're on the lion diet, aren't you? I can't believe the lions are as aggressive. The male lions are as aggressive as they are. Because when the female lion is like in heat, she'll want to mate sometimes up to 60 times a day. And they'll have multiple females that are like that. So I'm like, during mating season, is a male lion really that big of a threat? Like, there's no way he has enough energy to kill you, right? I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The broccoli was it was okay before. It's the highlight here. I think it's the best veggie into here. It really like. Oh damn! Did he do the crime? I like the people that would be like, "Oh shit," like, "Fuck, I'm in jail again," and I'm like, "Yeah, this is where we are." And they're like, "He's like, damn, if I didn't like stealing cars so much." He's like, but I love stealing a fucking car. And I'm like, oh my god, damn. I'm like, you don't seem very good at it though. Like, the Wangle Dangle title gets to people. You got the Arizona sweet tea. See, I think CJ was here when I mooned the chat. You're medically compensated. That was that 18 plus restricted live where I'm like, what's gonna happen? And you know what it was? You know what it was that got my live removed? I stood up and I took my shirt off like that, and it just like removed my live like that. I remember that. I was like, what the fuck? I had to fight with them. Like, what the hell? I'd shown my sword. I pulled my ass out. I had shown some explosives. We were having a rootin' tootin' time. It's hard to eat this with chopsticks now. These Planters peanuts, if you like peppercorn and Parmesan cheese, this might be some of the best nuts I've ever had. I'm definitely gonna get more of them. Shit, Fanny girl, where's his food at? Hey kiddo. Near Tombstone, Arizona, We stopped at one of the pistachio farms there, and they had hickory pistachios. Oh, you see in a bit, Penelope. And I got like a pound of those, and that's probably all I ate for like the next day or two or something. I just was fucking eating those. Like, I think it's one of the best things I've ever ate, and I'm like, I wish I could eat it again. I wish I tried some of the other flavors that they had. And I'm like, shout out to Emmykins, folks. Emmykins made this dish what it was. If you guys got a chance to taste this, which there is enough food here, it might not look like it, but especially once you add that butter, that adds a lot enough calories to it. There's enough food here for like 3 people, maybe. You're not gonna be full, but you'll be full enough. I kind of want to have a protein Pop Tart. Should we have a protein Pop Tart? What the fuck? Anyway, sorry. I looked at the expiration date. Anybody want to give any guesses on what the expiration date on it is? Given my reaction to reading it, what do you think it was? Mind you, it's sweet. It's real brewed Southern style sweet tea. Ooh, I gotta try that too, because I have the same sort of issues. Both of you. Well, obviously, both of you. If Emmy has to go up, you have to go up too. No, Emmy has to go up, but you have to go down in the year. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Up in the years. You're closer. Okay, I'll give it to you. January 31st, 2028. I couldn't believe it was so far in the future for a iced tea thing. That's like, I got like 2 years to drink it. That's weird. I told y'all about the whole milk that I had. I had a bottle, a smaller bottle of whole milk that it lasted for 8 months. It didn't get sour or anything. And I have no idea what was up with that milk. But it lasted for 8 months without getting sour, weird, any of that. But I'm telling you, it went from good to like bad, like just almost immediately. I have no clue. I forgot about it in there for about 5 months, and I opened it up and I smelled it, and I'm like, I had a fresh one there, and I smelled it, and I'm like, they smell exactly the same. And I'm like, this shouldn't be smelling the same. And I put it on my tongue, and it didn't sting my tongue, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I used it instead. Put it back. If it smells fine and it tastes fine and it doesn't sting the tongue, then that means that food is not expired. It'll have some weird taste or something to it as well. Like you can put a little bit of it in your tongue and you'll know then. At least my tongue does. Yeah, let's hear your food stories. Everybody, give us your weirdest food story. That's safe for YouTube. Save your not safe for work food stories for orcs. I always tell people, oh, the one where I flipped out of Moss is the one that I remember the most. Because it was just so fucking unacceptable to me. I remember when I slapped him, I was like, is he gonna call the cops on me for hitting him? And I'm like, oh yeah, let me tell those cops that he's feeding veterans over 20-year expired food. They'll hold him down for me. Dinner is amazing. Thank you for asking, Penelope. Welcome back. What's this food story? It's not safe for YouTube. We gotta organize a we gotta organize a time. It's really good. Was your dinner good? The Oh, that's awesome. We got these are the protein Pop Tarts here. 10 grams of protein in these. We'll eat them like this, and then we'll see what they are like. Frozen? It doesn't. It just looks like a regular Pop Tart to me. It doesn't break apart like a regular Pop Tart. Okay. Kind of tastes like Fruity Pebbles. It's denser. Like I can. We could play the Pop-Tart. That's how hard it is. If I. Damn, I'm trying to break it. Hey, Lady Sky. That's about the only difference I can see with it. Anyone who eats Pop-Tart. Anybody who eats Pop-Tart knows with frosted Pop-Tarts, you don't want to eat the crust. But for some reason with the unfrosted Pop-Tarts, the crust is the best part. It's so weird. How are you doing tonight? We just had some I've reheated some leftovers. I demolished that food. I was pretty hungry. I know, Penelope, isn't that nuts? This one, this one's this one looks more diseased. The brown sugar cinnamon tastes less like the regular one. I'd say other than the texture, there's not much of a difference. Got the Bluetooth Sonys on. Are they Sonys? Oh no, these are skull candies. I looked at a certain price range of headphones and these fell into it, and I'm like, well, they've got to have a decent enough microphone then. I used to. We don't anymore. Well, I mean, she is right in there, but not in the sense that you mean. She would have went nuts when I was cooking this. She loved it when I cooked. Nina would have trouble like eating, but if I'd like cook my food and stuff, she'd want to eat her food and like she'd want to eat with me. I really was like, my parents would leave me with Nina for a long time, and I just kind of stay here with her. My parents would be like, "Oh, you can leave the house for like extended hours," and I'm like, yeah, but there's like certain times I have to be at the house. Like she's gonna be asleep and stuff, and I'm like, also like, what if she gets sick or something? Like I need to come check in on her constantly. And it's almost like my parents didn't understand how much of a responsibility that I thought it was. I'm like, I'm basically, I'm basically leaving something almost as defenseless as a baby in the house alone. Especially when she's blind and everything, and I'm just like, what if she has a problem? What if she has an issue? And she like wakes up and she calls for me, and I'm not there or something. But she'd usually, if she was sleeping hard enough, I could leave. And I'd come back and she'd be sleeping as hard. I'll always remember one thing about Nina. She used to get mad at me. If we were at a time, if I let her sleep for too long, she'd get mad at me. Because if it was just me and her here, she would just sleep like a rock. If my parents were around, she'd always be waking up, looking out for him. Usually she'd want to sit with my mom. I'm telling y'all, I could sit in here talking like I am on right now in that chair that's in there, which her kennel is right beside that. Oh, of course. And she wouldn't mind it. If my parents or something talked, she'd be up and pissed off. A few times I woke her up and she was upset, but not very often. It probably has to do with the way my vocal tones are and how much I made her feel comforted. When Nina could see, she loved Miss Fanny. There was a certain point in Nina's life where she stopped playing with her stuffed animals. She stopped wanting them to be around her. It was crazy. She threw out like she had like these two Hello Kitties that she always slept with in her kennel, along with like this little like pug stuffed animal. And just one day she threw them out of her kennel and she didn't want them back in there. And it was just it. But during that time, she spent some time with Fanny. She liked laying under her Fanny. Like she'd tuck her head under, like if I'd set Fanny like she is, like this, like little, she wouldn't have all this on her, obviously. But like little Nina would like tuck her head under here. And Ken's just like, I hate this story. There were Hello Kitties thrown away. It's so annoying. Have you guys said things where you just get, I'm sorry. I had somebody yesterday get a little upset with me just because it was doing it, and I'm like, it's not my chat. Like my chat rules are as free as they can be. The more I eat these Pop Tarts, the less I like them. And the brown sugar cinnamon ones were like, what the fuck? This doesn't taste like brown sugar cinnamon. To towards the end, I'm like, these are fucking fire. These are definitely the best protein Pop Tarts I've had. Like, I think the blueberries suck. Brown sugar cinnamon's a kind of a better mix to go with most of the protein stuff too. Mod Squad. Mod Squad. Nah. How many people are going to heat them up in a toaster? And how many people are going to eat them like this? What? There's Girl Scout Pop Tarts? Oh, the s'more one. The s'more is one of the top flavors. Um, My favorite Pop Tart is the unfrosted brown sugar cinnamon. I know people are gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Damn, if you've never had an unfrosted brown sugar cinnamon, holy shit! I hunted for them forever, and it was worth it. I the the unfrosted Pop Tarts are usually pretty bad. I think they're better. Like chocolate chip's a good choice. Um, chocolate chip cookie dough is my favorite. Chocolate chip cookie dough all the way. Then s'mores, then brown sugar, the cinnamon, the brown sugar, whatever it is, brown sugar, whatever it is, the brown sugar ones. Oh, there's a lot of them, I'm sure. The cupcake one, Fanny? Fanny said the cupcake one. I don't know about her tasting that. What if I flip the camera forward and I show the Coca-Cola logo and I get an immediate copyright strike? Jesus. If you guys pick this up, I mean, we want to see how heavy it is? Watch. See how see how it drops? Oh, Beard said, I don't want to fucking be cold anymore. I think this coat is like 28 pounds, this top one. Something like that. It seems wild, but if you picked it up, you'd understand. It's pretty fucking heavy. I don't know why it's so heavy. If there's lead soaked in it. I don't know. If I was about to get hit with radiation, I'd definitely zip it up and see if it protected my insides. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I gotta experiment this. I had the coconut caramel ones. I like those a lot. Coconut caramel. No, sorry, I was looking at something. The Post Malone Oreos? No. Oh. Thank you for pointing it out, Nitro. I appreciate that. What the hell are those burps? Tastes like picante sauce or something. There's picante sauce again. Why is picante sauce in the flavor profile in here? Damn. I don't think I tried them either. Beard's a little. Beard didn't sleep very well, can you tell? I've got a food opinion. I think the thin Oreos are the best Oreos. The cookie is better than the filling. Though a little bit of the filling goes a long ways. You have it saved for your wedding night. You're like, this is my idea of a honeymoon. We're breaking open the Post Malone Oreos. We're getting wild on the honeymoon. We're breaking open the Oreos. Those cake ones are pretty good. I love how they're like a snack cake. I mean, they are a snack cake. I like how it's different. I like that. It reminds me of like the devil food thing from Little Debbie, except better. Y'all are giving me the munchies. I can't operate a motor vehicle at the moment, I don't think. I'm like, let's go get some fucking. I have Oreos in there. I don't have the best Oreos, but I got Oreos. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The mega stuffed or whatever. I kind of like the cookie dough ones. I kind of like a lot of cookie dough stuff, to be honest. Not everything, but a lot of stuff. Cookie dough seems to be a go-to flavor of mine. I've always liked it. Damn, people in their small dick mobiles are racing again. They're racing to see who has the smallest dick. Whoever wins is officially the smallest. Oh, okay. I'm unimpressed with the racers around here because the roads are really like curvy this way. And like, yeah, these people like they have these souped up cars and everything. But like people crash there all the time and there's a recent one of the people was racing and they decided to run from the cops and they destroyed one of the businesses. So it's like these people don't even know how to race like properly and it's just like I'm just like I don't know. I'm not exactly against street racing. I've had people tell me they're like, oh, I'm so good with my reflexes, like nothing will happen. And I'm like, oh, there won't be like a stone in the road or like a crack in the road that you can't anticipate, or and they're like, oh no, no, never happened to me. And I'm like, you better hope. Oh, thank you. Let me look up monster Oreos. What if the maybe I should look up not porn. Come on. Dr. Pepper Oreos. I'm in cotton 4K. I can't find anything. Oh, I've never seen those before. They accept EBT. That's horrible. A box of 8 cake. Brioche di Simona. Wow. Caught in 8K. What the fuck? What Pop Tarts are there? This live. I remember I joined somebody's panel once, and I was like, "This live has been brought to you by the shadow government." And they're like, "Oh my god, don't say that." And I'm like, "Oh fuck yeah!" I need to get 96 of the chocolate chip Pop Tarts. People, I need 31.50 donated to the Cash App. No, 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 don't. It's for the channel. No, that'd be nuts. For 39.48, you can get the chocolate chip. Oh wow. Well, I learned all the Pop Tart flavors. Thank you, Emmy. It's something. It's 17 cents closer. Fuck it. We'll end up sending them to. I wonder what Amazon Fresh is. What is Amazon Fresh? What do they? What food do they offer? Can I get like food? Potato chips? Happy Belly green food coloring? What the fuck? That's so weird. Colombian cocaine. I mean coffee. I'm like Colombian cocaine, a 12-ounce pack for 7.10. I mean, it's like where delivered right to your door. 5 sizes, 5 flavors. Yeah, I was seeing what they. Uh, be like, thanks, Jeff. Yes, thank you. As long as you do a good job, it's kind of like the mods do what they feel like. Exotic Oreos, maple cream de I don't know that one. Baby Monster Oreos. What the fuck is Baby Monster Oreos? Hell yeah. Why is every result sponsored? Fuck off. That was kind of humorous to accept the cookies from the Oreo website. I'm like, I've already accepted the cookies, haven't I? New arrivals. Zootopia Oreos. Zero sugar Oreos. Zero sugar Oreos. What the fuck? What kind of voodoo ass witchcraft is that? Double stuffed sugar free Oreos. Sugar free cakesters. The beard retired, not me. Sorry. Sorry to disappoint you. Well, I can't leave, so I gotta go live vicariously. It's gonna be 7 days to die. So just like my character's gonna be starving, and everything's gonna hurt, and everything's gonna suck, and he's gonna be fucked. The food's fighting back, folks. What the fuck, Drake? I want to watch this. We're gonna watch this together. This is Styropyro, one of the OG YouTubers. Hold on. Yeah. Can you guys hear it at all? Well, he makes money off YouTube. Can you hear it at all? I figure you guys would tell me if you can't.
I've been posting my mad science creations to YouTube since 2006. And let me tell you, it takes more than luck to do this kind of thing for 20 years without getting hurt. And that is because I am not a risk taker. And I realize that this must come off as the most ironic thing that I've ever said. But I never approach anything potentially dangerous without fully understanding and mitigating the risks at hand. And no, I'm not in some fancy lab constrained by OSHA. I'm just a guy in my backyard with 400 car batteries. But I've dedicated my whole life to mastering extreme science. I have slowly and carefully worked my way to the level that I am dealing with today. So be assured, I know what I'm working with here. So now that that's out of the way, I want to briefly cover the issues I had with the 100 battery thing before showing the changes I made with this new one. I started by wiring them all in parallel, but due to contact resistance of the connections, I was limited to only 15,000 amps this way. I then rewired the bank for parallel strings of 5 in series, and the higher voltage allowed me to achieve a peak current of about 48,000 amps. In hindsight, I could have probably gotten more current from
Not rain shit.
3 or 4 in series, but with this new bank of 400, I calculated that 5 in series,
This video is crazy.
65 volts is what will give me the most current. So this is
I don't think we're gonna watch it all. But...
Assembling the new bank took about 2 months, and manually placing all 14 tons of batteries was the easy part. Most of my time was spent digging in the plastic platforms, cutting and crimping 500 cables, and cleaning all 2,000 contact points immediately before joining them. And this is where the real challenge begins.
Damn.
How do you switch 400 car batteries? I've already mentioned that the kinds of currents I plan on dealing with are in a territory where footage doesn't exist, over 100,000 amps sustained. This also means that the kind of switch I need is in an uncharted territory as well. I need something that can slam the full power of the batteries to the loads as fast as possible, while also having the ability to disconnect power if necessary. Well, this kind of thing doesn't exist for less than the cost of the batteries, which means I have to come up with something myself. For the 100 battery video, I used a modified log splitter as the switch, and this works pretty much flawlessly.
This is styropyro.
It still works after sitting in my yard for 2 years. I figured I should just beef this thing up with a bunch more copper and steel. And since I need so much copper for the switch, I stopped by an unintended construction site and picked up a bunch of copper.
This is, yeah,
This will be enough to at least
styropyro.
get the switch wired.
Don't look at how long the video is.
2 more trips to wire the battery. Now, as far as I know, this switch is going to be the biggest switch ever made for a YouTube video, at least by current. And let me tell you, when you're dealing with that kind of current, you run into some really weird issues. I'm expecting the switch to vaporize a lot of copper in operation, so that's why I'll be using the biggest blocks as the switch contacts. Now, I've saved machining them for last because, honestly, it's not that often that I get to play with pieces of copper this big. And actually, both of these blocks combined actually weigh more than I do, so yeah, there's a lot of copper here. Ugh, I just want to eat them. So what's something interesting that you can do with 2 giant pieces of copper? Well, let's try tossing a magnet down there. No, I'm not slowing down this footage, it's really just moving through there at a snail's pace. Pretty weird, right? There it goes. I don't even need to drop it between the plates either, like, just bringing this magnet close without even touching it, it's almost enough to knock over the 65-pound plate. If I go ahead and force it all the way to the plate, it doesn't want to just fall off. It's really slow down there. It's like it's moving through syrup or something. Yeah, it's a really neat effect. Oh!
I'm sorry, Penelope. Isn't he?
So what causes these effects? Even though copper is not ferromagnetic, it is conductive.
Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa.
Moving a magnet nearby induces currents in the copper, and it's these currents that pull on the magnet to slow it down. Silver is even more conductive, so these effects are even more pronounced in silver bars.
It's like ADHD friendly though.
Generally speaking, this intrinsic connection between electricity and magnetism has profound implications about how the universe works. More specifically, it foreshadows what's to come with the batteries. The currents I'm expecting will produce incredibly strong magnetic forces. This will make for experiments that look nothing short of witchcraft. That is, assuming I can even tame them in the first place. When I started tearing down the switch to make my upgrades, I noticed that steel shavings were sticking to it like a magnet, so I decided to investigate. I got this compass here, and as I put next to this steel stock, it's a little effective, but it's not like, you know, super strong one. But if I come over here and then get just in the vicinity of these,
Is that good?
this
Yeah.
gold switch here, you can see that the steel on there was very heavily magnetized by being close to such extreme currents. It's really nifty. This led me to a less nifty realization. The original contacts mysteriously wore on one side only. I assumed it was because of misalignment, although weirdly, the contacts looked straight when fired with no load. I didn't think too much about it when it happened, because the switch still performed well. I realized too late that this was a magnetic issue. In the previous video,
We're watching somebody do something that nobody's ever done before.
while opposite currents repel. What happened with the switch is that the currents were magnetically repelling.
That's so ridiculous.
One side burn through was due to asymmetry in the cable arrangement. The daunting thing is that these forces scale with the square of current. That means that if I triple the current compared to last time, the magnetic forces will be 9 times stronger. This could cause some real issues. I still went ahead with building the new switch, and did my best to keep opposing currents as short and as far from each other as possible. I knew the magnetics could still be a problem, but since the closing spring is so strong, I figured it might simply just work as is. And if not, well, I can cross that bridge when I get to it. The finished step looks straight out of sci-fi.
We should like have Subway Surfer down here or something.
The work blocks are made with 2 opposing loops of cable, which is in contrast to the single loop I used last time. This will cancel out the lateral magnetic forces that I had so much trouble fighting in the first video. I decided to start small with the initial experiments, mostly to rule out major issues before the currents become terrifying. For the first trial, I zapped a 3/8-inch galvanized steel rod. The effect was pretty much the same as when I zapped one with the 100 car batteries. Oh yeah, so you can see it left a nice little splatter there. And blew up one of the threads, which is really strange. I did more trials with these small rods to dial in my camera settings. Although these don't look very impressive at normal speed, the slow-mo camera I have set up tells a very different story. The fact that this rod is galvanized is a critical detail here, since the boiling point of zinc is lower than the melting point of iron. This means that the zinc plating boils off first, which reacts with the air to form this striking green plasma. When the iron finally melts, it gets magnetically ejected outwards, which is not something I expected to happen. For the next trial, I zapped a small aluminum bar. Alright, with about 46,000 amps for that one. Nothing to write home about, but like a pretty strong lightning strike. The slow-mo turned out to be
Just like a lightning strike.
which is funny because it's usually a lack of light that's the
Penelope, I'm
challenge of
so
filming at
sorry.
high speed. I ended up doing a few more trials in an attempt to get a better shot.
You should just message me what you're gonna say. Like YouTube.
Look at that.
Technology's not your friend.
And then re-solidified in that hilarious configuration there. There's definitely a magnetic force that pushed it upwards like that. It was difficult to get the exposure right with aluminum, since it burns so incredibly bright. But at least I was able to make out some of the finer details of the plasma fireballs in this one. I zapped a similarly sized titanium bar for the next trial.
That's not explosions necessarily, it's just like...
lame. I did find the slow-mo in this one to be pretty funny, since a random washer got sucked in magnetically, and a piece of titanium was spun violently as it was launched out. I stuck a small tungsten welding electrode on the blocks, and the current it drew was so low that it didn't even trigger my scope. The peak was probably a few thousand amps or so. Its white-hot incandescence looked super neat through the smoke of it oxidizing in air. At this point, I was ready.
Mine and his definitions of the neat seem to be different. Because that looked fucking cool. Whoa.
I pulled a peak current of 54,000 amps there, which is higher than anything I pulled in the last video, but it's still far from what I wanted. So I moved on to 3/4 inch bolts. The slow-mo showed some sort of bouncing around in the contact blocks, but it wasn't clear what was causing this. When I did another trial in daylight, I could see that the oscillation might be originating in the switch.
Whoa.
Wow. Look at that. So we had a little burn through there. In order to find the source of these oscillations, I zapped a bunch of copper cables of varying diameters as the loads. I suspected that the switch was to blame, so I pointed my slow-mo camera at the switch for the first trials. Going from 2-gauge cable all
This guy is on all the federal watch lists.
There were sparks from the initial turn-on, but the plate stayed closed. Next, I repeated the process of increasing cable sizes, but with the slow-mo camera pointed at the
He's on
box
every federal watch list.
What I found was super surprising. It sounded like the cables were exploding, but most of them weren't even burning through. They were being magnetic.
I wouldn't want to be the person that breaks into his house.
This force came as a surprise to me, since I chose a wiring arrangement that cancels out lateral magnetic forces on the loads. Clearly, whatever mysterious upward force remained turned out to be incredibly strong. I made it to 4-aught cable, which, as a reminder,
How to make a pipe bomb.
wire gauge size. This effect was quite dramatic. It was violently bent upwards. He managed to suck in all of the ferromagnetic materials nearby. It too did not actually burn through, and instead was ejected from the blocks. In this shot, I measured a peak of 76,000 amps. The real-time view of this shot showcases some of the pros and cons of the low-voltage arrangement of the bank. It cannot shock me, which is nice. However, it also means it can't strike an arc across more than the tiniest of gaps, which leads to situations where the load is teetering off the block, ready to go off again at any moment. I have multiple ways to safely deal with these scenarios, but the science machete is my favorite. Vortex.
What the fuck?
I should point out that my arc flash is more than adequate against these little sparks. And the magnetics make it impossible for me to fully short the bank this way. Now, if it's daylight, you can see that the 36 killamps.
And he won.
Completely welded that cable to the plate there, which is well, okay, it came off, but it was yeah, that was really stuck on there. At this point, it was clear that the block mounts were an issue, but that didn't mean that the switch wasn't an issue as well. So I decided to sidestep the block issue by C-clamping the copper cable lobes. Now I need to bring up why I've been using spring clamps instead of C-clamps. If you watched the last video, you saw
Some big ass clamps.
I had a lot of trouble holding them in the blocks. The fact that I was using spring clamps to hold them down and not C-clamps infuriated a lot of viewers. So many people commented about this, many of them calling me names for not using C-clamps, vices, or some other threaded mechanism. It's my fault for not explaining this the first time. And I get it, C-clamps are so much stronger, right? Well, the fact of the matter is that you cannot use C-clamps to hold a round, rigid object in the block.
We just watched him chop an electrical rod with a machete.
The blocks will always lead to the bolt being ejected before it melts. It does not matter how hard you tighten them, this will happen every single time. There are a few reasons for this. For one, the outer surface has an oxide layer, which means that the contact regions have lower conductivity, and thus heat faster than the bulk metal. Plus, in the case of round objects, the current has to pass through a small area.
Lurk away. YouTube won't let most people chat, so you can kind of just lurk.
To make matters worse, hot metal is more resistive than cold metal. More energy is dumped into the hot areas, leading to thermal runaway. All of this results in the contacts quickly exploding off, shrinking the contacts to the point where they're no longer held by the clamps. Spring clamps, however, follow through with the shrinking load, holding contact with the block until the load finally melts. Of course, this is unless the magnetic forces are stronger than the clamps. That being said, C-clamps are still useful with flat objects, or loads that can be spread flat like stranded cable. The reason is that this moves the part of the load that melts to outside the grip of the clamps. Thus, for these next trials,
Did you just say somebody hitting a bomb with a machete was boring?
The first test with zero-gauge cable gave an interesting result. It looked and sounded like a perfect shot. Something to note is how fast the sparks shoot out from the exploding cable. The slow-mo shows that the cable did indeed burn through, and judging by the spacing between the blocks, the cable end was thrown back at a speed of at least 190 miles per hour. However, the scope shows that this was actually a bad shot, since it was split into two pulses of about 76,000 amps. Since the load was well secured, this implies that the switch bounced. Zapping two zero-gauge cables in parallel gave unmistakable proof that the switch was...
Should we watch the macrowave video instead? Whoa.
As violent as this looks in real time, the slow-mo is far scarier. The switch managed to launch a toroidal plasma vortex into mid-air before blowing open. Honestly, I think I'm better off not knowing what kind of temperatures are involved to allow an ionized copper
Isn't it,
plasma
though?
to exist in air. Regardless,
Hey,
it's
fun
obvious
time.
that the plates are getting completely blown apart here, which is most likely a magnetic issue.
Yeah, I've not watched it yet. I figured you watched some of it at least.
And the switch plates continue to get blown apart.
The first 30 minutes or so.
The C-clamp struggled to hold down the cable in a couple trials as well. The scope showed that I was reaching peak levels of nearly 90,000 amps. And although this is...
Styro is wild.
It's still...
I like the machete part. It almost sent me to my grave over here. He's just striking it with the machete.
On opposite sides of the switch means that there are tremendous magnetic forces that push the plates apart. Some napkin math implies that these forces are in the order of a ton or more. This is on top of whatever explosive forces exist from the superheated plasma that forms in
The
switch.
safety machete? Yeah.
The first idea that came to mind was to slap some huge springs on there because...
How far into the video are we?
But something about that just didn't...
We watched 20 minutes of the video so far. We've got an hour. The video is an hour and 59 minutes. Nitro's like, oh, fuck. Penelope and Nitro took their likes back.
The easiest way to do this, at least using what I had built already, seemed to be by rearranging the switch cables from an X-shaped configuration to a Z-shaped one. That way, there would be a component of current going along the length of the plates, which would magnetically bring them together. After thinking about potential issues of this arrangement for a while, I decided to just try it out and see what happens. I switched for 4 entire days.
YOLO.
To re-clean every contact point that I'd exposed. An unfortunate reality of this project is that any changes to the circuit are very time-consuming. The initial tests with smaller loads like steel rods and aluminum bar were promising, so after these, I went back to zapping 4-aught cable. The first cable behaved in a strange way. Both C-clamps were completely ripped off the blocks, and the cable basically exploded without melting. I clocked a peak of 94,000 amps, which was only a slight improvement from before. I used 4 C-clamps for the next shot. The cable was still ripped out of the clamps before fully melting. The third shot finally gave a complete burn-through. However, the switch was still bouncing. It sounded much more violent than before, and the pulses were spaced closer together, but the current hadn't gone up by that much.
Nitro's giving me my first warning, yeah.
When I did more testing the next day, I struggled to hold the cables on the blocks, and made these silly oscillators as a result. The mysterious magnetic ejection force had become much stronger after rewiring the switch. After adding more C-clamps, I eventually got to the point where I could melt a cable again. The slow-mo of the switch showed more...
Imagine being his neighbor.
Even explosions. What was blowing open the switch now? The answer
Okay.
made itself clear.
I'll go smoke a cigarette. When Nitro and Penelope go to bed, we can have fun again. There you go. Why'd that taste like enchiladas or something? I love Nile Blue. Nile Red. Probably I like Nile Blue a little more. There we go. That's your entertainment for tonight. We're just gonna scream. I don't know what the fuck to describe what I tasted. It's like I combined together and made a new flavor. Beard is running up the stairs. Oh, Cody's lab is so amazing. I like the Is he the one? Is he the one that I'm thinking of that he inhaled the gases? Is it Cody's lab that he inhaled all the gases? Oh, come on, man. I was trying to have fun, enjoy some YouTube. I thought that was called the Willy Files. I like William Osmond and stuff like that, and the Backdoor Scientist. Oh, the Backyard Scientist, sorry. Not the Backdoor Scientist. That sounds way different. The Backdoor Scientist. I just spit my food out or he's gonna choke. Should we watch some Backdoor Scientist? We gotta see Y-Files and see what that's like. Here, I'll chug all this tea right now. I'm gonna develop like another bladder. I'll turn into like a human cow or something. Yes, I know cows have multiple stomachs, not bladders. Oh. Ogie pogie, shogie wogie. If you could go back in time and smoke crack with one person, who would it be? Who needed insanity in their life? Fuck you, crack macaroni and bitch. Sorry. Macaroni ass bitch. Oh, buttholes. just having technical difficulties over here. Dev, what's up? What's up? Yeah. Then just like pee it back in the bottle and then just keep drinking it until you stop getting the nutrition from it. Y'all soften up your beef jerky first? No? You don't smack it on the counter and soften it up? Just do that in public. Do that at the bus station. If you do it at the bus station, people will. Dev. Can you guys see what that is? Oh, is that too close? Is that closer? Is that close enough? Can y'all see it? I wonder how old this is. It don't look expired. Best before January 15th, 1892. No, 26th. I just got my camera greasy. Eat up. Yeah, my parents don't believe in them. It's against their religion. Fuck no, I don't. I should put them up. As you guys have seen, I clean the house and they get mad at me, so you can only imagine if I put shades on the window what would happen. Or he'd probably kill me or something. Like, why'd you do that? We didn't need to do that. Nobody's gonna be looking in the house that doesn't need to. And you should just be asleep anyway when it's nighttime. So there's no reason for him. Like, and I'm just like, oh my god. If I fuck those walls up, I might as well nail myself. You ever been nailed up on your roof? I know it'll put holes in the... They'll notice that stuff. It's weird, I know. I love being in a house where it's not like that. Watching their house right now. They took the things down to even attach them. They used to be there, but they just took them down. I am. I tell my parents and stuff, I'm like, in the laundry room we have our clothes and stuff. Like, sometimes we have to, like, go in there when we're, oh, maybe we didn't have the right amount of clothes and we just got out of the shower or something. And it's like, why wouldn't we need to? Why wouldn't we need that, then? It's never been like that. I've had some scary occurrences, for sure. Slap, bap, slap. It goes clap, snap, clap. Snap, clap, snap. Claps, clap. Snap, snap. Beard's way too full. Dev, come on, go clap, clap, clap. Clap, snap back. Snap, snap, clap. Beard's feeling full as fuck. Is it true? You still haven't got the shrubbery? Ni hao? Don't be scared. Thank you. Dev is crashing out. Leonardo da Vinci. I'm glad the movie ends better than the album. The album just ends. There's just like nothing, it just ends. The movie, at least they have some sort of conclusion. I can't believe it's such a good movie with no ending. No, maybe. Yo. About as safe as a porcupine's asshole. What's up, what's up? Why are you asking that? That's creepy. Yeah. It's creepy for some rando to do that. Emmy, no bullying fat cat now. Unless he deserves it. Then bully away. I have farts older than him. You guys get an interlude. We get to watch the video again. Aren't you excited? Just give me a moment. I'll be back. Nitro, it'll be long enough you won't lose your interest again. We need an interlude. I need to go to the bathroom. It is what I have available.
Okay, so you can see the melted wire there, which is interesting, but the real interesting thing is this. So here's the blown up, switch plates, and can you see that hole there? So it's on both sides. I've basically made a Z-pinch here. I got goosebumps when I first saw those craters, because I realized I had encountered a phenomenon of astronomical proportions. The switch was triggering a magnetic implosion via a Z-pinch. This is such an extreme phenomenon that it makes every project I've worked on up to this point seem like a joke by comparison. A Z-pinch is the effect where a current-conducting plasma is crushed inward by its own magnetic field. Some less extreme examples of the Z-pinch occur in lightning and electric arcs. It's what holds the plasma in a thin filament. My best guess for the sequence of events in the switch goes like this. When the plates first come together, the high points explode off and ignite a plasma, perhaps causing an initial bounce. The huge magnetic field then causes the plasma to implode into a thin filament. This leads to millions of watts of power being dumped into a tiny volume, yielding temperatures beyond my comprehension. A Z-pinch is balanced when the magnetic pressure inward is equal to the hot plasma pressure outward. At 100,000 amps, these pressures are so extreme that they can nearly induce DT nuclear fusion. The thing is, though, a Z-pinch does not form a stable plasma. I can only speculate which mechanism destabilizes the plasma in my switch, but whatever it is, it goes off like a bomb. I figured I had to either vent the plasma gases or disrupt their formation early in order to get the switch to close. The first thing that came to mind was to add some copper cable to the plates. This didn't exactly work and managed to spray liquid copper everywhere, but I felt like I was onto something. I added much thicker copper cables along the switch plate for the next test. What the heck? It was so violent. Whatever happened there was significant. The bolts holding the copper blocks were ripped through the wooden mount, and the cable was magnetically crushed into a smaller diameter. Maybe go take a look at the current. I think we had another 94 kiloamp shot there. Kind of odd how flat top it is. That's interesting. I might be getting far higher currents than I expected. Is the fuse current equation, that is very much in line with the 150 kiloamp shot. Interesting. At this point I realized the numbers were not checking out. Now I should bring up how I'm measuring current here. In the first video, I just looked at the voltage drop across the cables, which isn't very accurate and only gives meaningful results when the current hits a steady state. For this video, I bought the biggest Hall effect sensor I could find that listed a price, which is this one rated for 20,000 amps. I've been feeding the cables from one of the 8 sub-banks through it, and then multiplying the value by 8 to get total current. However, this seems to be measuring far too low based on how fast this cable melted. I had previously made this spreadsheet to predict how fast cables would explode at a given current, and it's based on the Onderdonk fuse equation. It predicts that 150,000 amps are necessary to pop a 4-aught cable in 70 milliseconds. I suspected that the sensor was saturating, so I removed 4 of the 5 cables going through it, and then added a factor of 5 to the scope readings. I struggled to get a nice clean pulse in the subsequent shots, but I eventually achieved one good enough to confirm that this fixed the sensor issue, and I was indeed achieving far higher currents. That was 138,000 amps. can go higher. There's more. 138,000 amps. This is big progress. Big progress. Wow. I need to go eat and just the obsession, man. What a project this has been. I kept adding more cables to the plates, but I never got another clean shot this way. So for the next configuration, I stuck one of the original switch plates in between the new ones. I was hoping it would weld itself on there at a slight angle to vent the plasma. So the C-clamps actually failed in that shot, but I did pull about 110,000 amps, and the plate, somewhat welded on there. It's funny how the core of the weld will still conduct really well, and that's just because the contact points will melt when there's very, very little contact resistance when that happens. So yeah, let's blow up another cable. This wasn't working, but I suspected that if I allowed the zaps to go on longer, it might just finally close. So I stuck 2 4-aught cables on the blocks, which quadruples the amount of energy dumped in the shot compared to a single cable. This led to the most violent display of electromagnetism I've ever seen in my life. Liquid copper was shot above the treetop level here. I measured a peak current of 140,000 amps, which gives a total circuit power of 9 megawatts. Now look how that wire piece got blasted back there while I was still borderline molten, and it just wrapped around that handle there. It's incredible. Actually exploded on both sides. Over here we got copper just painting everything. Even the ground is copper plated. Just all the boiling copper being sprayed everywhere. It's unbelievable. I was about to attempt a new switch configuration, but then I realized that was actually really awesome. Well, maybe I should try jamming some weird metals inside the switch itself.
Hey folks, hey folks. I was like, I'm sorry, it's been lagging. Yeah. We're in the YouTube matrix. Whoa. We back. I'm not gonna go to sleep. My stomach is blown. I don't think I can sit up anymore. Beard got the full belly. A bit, yeah. 1 to 3 years. Fishy will be living in like a cave in the wilderness after 3 years. Like, I bought a cave. You'll be like, oh, Fishy. You'll be like, that's my husband. You've done it all. Yeah. You guys can see I'm a little red in the face. A 100 years sleep, please. Just give me 1 second. I want to go get a water. I was over there just sipping my water, enjoying myself. Beard can get so distracted. It's bong time. Sure. Churs. I'm glad you all know each other. Grant. You better be ready to wangle and dangle. One second, folks. With waiters is that it lives in the wilds. With a wild man. My face is kind of swollen too. Beard's not the most handsome right now. What the hell? Oh. You can't always do it. Yeah. It's like spicy burps minus the spiciness. And it's not really acidic burps either. That's bizarre. I like did some food alchemy. It's like the guy that first dried the seaweed. Oh yeah, you can see my face is kind of puffy, like right here. Beard's just probably tired. Beard didn't sleep very well. I mean, y'all can see it. There's a reason I wear the sunglasses a lot. One of my eyes I can't see out of very well, and I think you guys might notice which eye it is, especially when I get sleepy. Because one eye I hardly keep open. What if you power nap? Take 24 power naps a month. That's the best way to sleep. Take one hour nap every 24 days. Or no, take 24. I don't know. You'd have to space it out. I don't know what the spacing is. Beard did drink a lot of tea, too. I could be bloated from the tea. This top layer is insane. You want to talk about keeping me warm? Power naps are for the weak. That's styropyro. Isn't that wild? We gotta play, I wanna see. Power naps are for the weak. Man, I don't know, y'all. Penelope thought she might be asleep before midnight, and she's an hour ahead of us, so. It was like 5 minutes between them, so. That happens. Sometimes you can be like, oh yeah, 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 and then you're like, I know it from doing the YouTube lives. You could be, see? You can be awake one moment. I like how thin this fabric is, but it's so damn, like, comfortable and warm. It's that expensive material. It's probably just like polyester and cotton. Well, it's a pretty expensive one. As you see, it fits me pretty well. I like it a lot. I don't know. I thought there was smoke coming out of that. I was like, what the fuck? I was about to throw this fucking thing. Like, oh shit, it's gonna fucking explode. Being a mod is very moddy. Mod. Being a mod, I've been in some channels where they had like over 200 people. And when you're a mod and you're just like, there's 200 people that are all being crazy in the chat, you're like, how do I control 200 people? Like I can't do this. Like, not on my own. Like, that's a fucking, jeez. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Like, oh, 200 is a little much for me. 12 million? 12 million. Jeez. Well, Beard has trouble keeping up with like 100, so Beard has like, I guess it just depends on my mood. Well, you're a better mod than me then. Jeez. Wow. It's a wild one. $500. I don't want to have 500 people in my chat at once. That. Fuck that. That's horrible. I should go do my energy shot. I feel like that one guy in the Monty Python short right now. Or in that movie. The movie? Yeah. I guess it was a collection of short films. Well, we'd call it shorts nowadays. What about 6,000 alone? You feel my panic? Yeah, like hell, I'd feel the panic at 600. $6,000, you'd be like, what the fuck? We should play, we should do an energy shot and go play 7 Days to Die. Just fuck it. Energy shot. Back awake. Like, oh, fucking. I know if I was truck driving, I'd be taking energy shots. I can only do it once, probably in a 24-hour period, but I can just say, fuck it, do the energy shot. I'm awake. But of course, if my stomach's like this, I might throw up. Other stuff might happen. Not the best. I don't know, maybe we should. In 7 Days to Die, we're, I'm trying to remember where we are on the map exactly. I've got to look at the map. I can tell you where we're on the map, even if I don't have the other part explored. There's a few POIs around me. They give me a rough idea of where I am. Oh yeah, I know where I am, because I'm right. I discovered the working stiff tools. So I'm directly south of where the farms are. Right where the trader is. Pretty much like right there. So the lake is... Like, from where I'm facing them, the lake is probably like to the east. Yeah. Well, no. The lake would be to the north. Because the trader's to the north, and then directly north of the trader is where the lake is. So to the west, that's where the burnt forest is. And then to the east, if we go to the east, there's a shopping area. There's a shopping area to the east and a neighborhood. There's a couple retail stores there. There's a bar in that shopping area, a tool place. There's a pawn shop. I think we need to check the working stiff tools. That's directly. We'll have to check out the directions. I think that's south of us. Yeah, that should be south of where we're located. That's the best bet I can think of. Where would cloth be? Well, there is a neighborhood that's near there. There's couches and shit that we could break up. I think we need to do the trader's mission, where we do the first mission. We get an endurance weapon, which will be the pipe machine gun, which will be our endurance gun that we use. We've already made the choice. We're going fists. Yep. I'm over here trying to think about the 7 Days to Die map where I spawned in at. Because I found two of the major... I found two major marks on the Novsgain map. They might change the map, but like our little decrepit trailer we're on, it's a pretty decent place to squat. We ain't gonna fight no damn horde there, though. We gotta find somewhere to fight the horde at. Maybe build somewhere to fight the horde? I'm bad at that, though. My classic horde location is the UFO Museum. The UFO Museum provides you a decent fortification that you don't really need to fortify up like you would other locations. But you have to by the second horde, because it's gonna... The first horde might be a little easier. The second horde is gonna come rip you to shreds. It'll hit you a lot harder. They started hitting a lot harder recently, so... I think Beer John... What? The void always listens. The Horde, it used to be a little easier to beat the Horde. They've introduced a lot of things recently. I used to be able to smash the Horde pretty consistently. But then they introduced all this stuff that made it a lot harder. While I do like the zombies go, like, attack you 360, the fact that they go for your weakest block, and if you fail to upgrade one block, they're just going to tear through in that one. Like, they should attack the blocks that are the closest to you or something like that. Oh, shit. No, I don't vape. Vaping's bad for you. You shouldn't do it. That's the superior way to eat the corn dog. Everyone was kung fu vaping. I don't know. That's how everyone is kung fu vaping goes. We are gonna read the total milk produced by the United States in 1940 was 112,336. No, 112,336,000 pounds of dairy. Totaling 1,000,000 gallons. I mean, 1,000 gallons. 1,000 gallons. That sounds a little low to me, especially for a society that consumes milk more than we do. 45 million of the pounds was market milk and cream. There you go. There's your useless fact. If you're on Jeopardy and you need to know how much milk was produced in 1940, shoot me like $5 when you win, okay? That seems fair. You want to learn all about Danish music? Yeah. Danish sound dues. Dantana. Who doesn't know about... Yeah, that's why I wasn't going to read it. It's obvious, you know. Everybody knows about Danish music. I mean, who doesn't know about it? You're from Denmark, huh? I think this is where Denmark is it? Oh. DES. Wait, Denmark is in here. Where's Denmark? Wait, was it called something else then? The Democratic Party? Hey, let's read about the Democratic Party, folks. Damn, the Democratic Party is long. Democracy in America. Democracy? What's democracy in America say? It was in 1831 that a minor civil servant, Alexis Tocqueville, was sent to the French government to the United States to report on prison conditions in the country. What the fuck? Jesus. Jeez. Why is it written so small? Look how small this is written. Can you all see how small that's written? Look at how small that print is. And like, look over here. And see this print over here? This is the print over here. They want to make it hard as fuck to read. And look, it's only that part. It's only the part about democracy in America that they make hard to read. Look at that. Like the next page. I'm reading like... it's kind of like a Bible. Demogorgon. I thought the Demogorgon was from Stranger Things. I guess it is. A mysterious divinity in pagan mythology, worshipped with knowledge of terror rather than of worship. He's first mentioned in Landquintus Placidus, in a commentary on Stylus. Okay. By some, he's regarded as an author of creation, and by others, a famous magician, whose spell all inhabitants of Hades were subjected to. What the hell? That's really cool. Denatured alcohol. Adenitride. Ah, there's Denmark. A kingdom of northern Europe between latitudes 54, 33, 51, and 57, 43, 55 north. Okay. It's composed of a peninsula, I'll just say Jutland. I'm glad it says both. 596 islands, 109 of which are inhabited. In the north, it is separated from Norway by the Skager. Oh my god. Skagergerti? I don't know. Whatever. Fun time. I'm trying, okay? The Kattegat. It is, yeah. Norway isn't a separate one. The two largest islands are Zealand, Sjælland, and Fyn, separated from the rest of the country by the Swedish peninsula of Sunki. Jesus, this is hard to read. The historical, political... This is the most boring way to ever learn about a country right here. Let's see what the hydrology is. The hydrology is like. Or hydrography, yeah. Hydrography. Did I get Shaylin right? Well, it says like Zealand, so I'm like Zealand. Something like that, Zealand. Like, here we go. I speak English, and like this is pretty much, this entire first thing is not in English. I mean, it is, obviously it is. There's so many words. And then some words like this one, like the gods. Like it'll say the English in the other one. Hey, Abigail, welcome in. We're reading from the encyclopedia. Should we go get another one? We just kind of pull them randomly and see. That's cool that we had one with your country here. Oh, there it is. There's a country of Denmark. There's a map of Denmark, and it's in color too. Look at that. This book is from 1944, I think. No, 49. Yeah. And there is, what is that? Iceland? Okay. Go. I'm sure that's fun for you. Has the country changed a lot? Oh, that's cool. So on these would be the main island, it looks like. Arhos. I don't know. That's cool. Fisheries. It was a long time ago. I'm glad your country was in the one that we have here. I need to charge my phone, it looks like. That's really cool. I didn't look at these, you know. And I would have known somebody was coming like that, even if I did. I just grab one of those. That's pretty crazy. You gotta like it for that. The gods of fate. The Denver and Rio Grande Western Railroad Company. The oldest railroad in the United States. Huh, I've never heard of the oldest railroad in the United States. Huh. Oof. 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 Derelict. Any property abandoned, deserted, or cast away in such a manner as to indicate by the owner that he has relinquished claim thereunto. Oh, do you guys hear that? Guys hear that? This is what people do when they squat right here. Yeah, you pull that trigger, just bang, bang, bang. Like, blah, blah, blah. Derelict. This is from the Encyclopedia Americana. Any property abandoned, deserted, or cast away in such a manner as to indicate by the owner that he has relinquished claim to it. That's interesting. The mere intention of abandonment does not constitute dereliction. A ship abandoned at sea either by contest or compulsion, under stress of weather or other unforced, unseen consequences, is not forfeited if any evidence is left thereon of the owner's intent to return when the stress is removed. The owner may return on payment of salvage within a year or day, otherwise property is considered derelict. It talks about property and then it goes, yes. Oh, you're from the... Of course, Denmark is the home of the fairy tale. Where were fairy tales invented? Denmark. Right? I missed it. When I went up there, I thought one of you was going to take it once I saw it. I would do it. Well, you know, Beard's flipped out before. It was more the time that I flipped out, it was somebody had kept doing it, and I'm like, I'm sick of it. Like, quit fucking flirting with my mods, unless my mods really are, somebody like Emmy or Fishy are like, ooh, hey, hubby, or, you guys are hitting it off and stuff. Whatever, like. And, I don't like peach. And lemon, it just depends. I like lemon in my iced tea for sure. Peach is not my favorite. Though peach tastes really good and stuff. I'm not like, ooh. I drank a peach tea the other day. There's this like hydration. There's this hydration drink that I have that like I didn't want the lemonade flavor, and I'd already got a mixed berry, and I'm like, well, peach is the only other choice, so peach it is. I love my unicorn security shirt. I want to get a bunch of these shirts and get them on people, have them wear the aviators and stuff. When you like travel with Fanny, have a bunch of people with the shirts on with the aviators on. Like, oh, it's unicorn security. Better watch out. I wish I could drink it more often. My stomach pH has to be... I have such stomach issues. Like, I'd puke right now if I had it. Shit. The Danny Duncan. Wait, maybe I should not say that name out loud before I look it up who he is. I want to know who it is. I already said it, but... Virginity rocks. I love it. Ass eating bro. Oh, come on. That's Beard's. That's Beard's kind of. I need that. That's Beard. Fat Cat needs that for the fishing. There's a $69 mystery box. I love hot moms. The Boner King. What the fuck? I got that dog in me. What the fuck? I love that. I feel like y'all need to experience this. Right along with me. Hey, I don't know who this guy is, but I'm about to give him free promo. I hope he's not like a Nazi or something secretly. If he is, like, openly, that's okay. Just not secretly. No. That Korean spam was gross. I hated it. Look at some of these. Oh, thank you. I got that dog in me. Reminds me kind of like of the Peter Kane merch. Have you seen the Peter Kane dog training merch? The ass eating ski mask is a little. There's something about that that's a little. I don't know. Like something the BTK would wear or something. It's like, oh, this is one of the BTK masks. I'm like, oh. That's really cool. I gotta look him up. I used to have this shirt from Peter Kane dog training. And it had Bigfoot jerking off on it. And it had a guy and his dog standing off to the side. And the guy was yelling at Bigfoot and he was saying, "Stop that, you freak." Oh, I love that shirt. Because Bigfoot's just jerking off in front of him. He doesn't stop just because he's there. Like, look at it, like how obnoxious his shirts are. I guarantee the shirt you get's gonna be like that too. I have one of his. I have like the poison ivy on the wing one. Really. I have to wear a shirt that people are like, "What the fuck is that?" What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, but you guys have seen the Sam the Raven video, right? Get fucked. I like this shirt, but I'm obnoxiously pink. There you go. Peter Kane is an artist more than he is a dog trainer. And his merch is just like, oh, here's the Poison Ivy on the Ween shirt that I have. He still has it. He doesn't have it in the color that I have anymore. That's about what the shirt looks like. No, what the fuck? Look at this shirt. Are you ready? I can't show it for long. It's art. It's art. It's art. It's art. It's art. I can show that stuff as art. I showed a painting, basically. That's a. You want a naked lady shirt? Who wants a naked lady shirt? I found a shirt for Fishy. Fishing for boomers. Yeah, Peter Kane's an artist. Like, there's this one. That sure looks wild. It says it's a 10 print. Let's hope that's a lady. Oh, this pink might be a better one. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Or maybe we should like put in the. I like all the obnoxious colors. Just make it as tacky as possible. I think this was the color it was originally on, yeah. Humans are a virus. That's a female Bigfoot there. Peter Kane just has the most. He has the most wild merge. What the fuck? The modern American Gothic. The modern American Gothic. He's an art of all the presidents, actually. The snowflake snowman. Oh my god. That's a snowflake on the lawn. What's the description of it? Black Jesus. You're always bored. Oh, I like this one. The cherry bomb shirt. Pipe bombs. Cherry bombs. Bombs. Bomb. Confidence is not real. What? Well, there's some weird ass merch. Oh, the HD, yeah. What the fuck is shirt with like? I can't even show you some of these. Why does it want me to translate it into German? What the fuck? It wants me to translate the page into German. It's like, hey, do you want to translate it into German? I'm like, what makes you think I'm speaking German? Oh, yeah. Have you ever tried not? Have you guys heard the modern Simpsons voices? We reached the point where it's just like, it's like get Grandpa out. Like Grandpa's up to shit. We need to get him out of this. They're getting really old at it. I get it. I've been doing it for a long time, but Homer's sounding pretty much just like Grandpa Simpson. And I'm like, how are we going to differentiate Grandpa and Homer? Unless they kill off the Grandpa character. Which I guess would be the logical step. But Grandpa's such a beloved character, like. With somebody like Maud when they kill her off, like, who cares? Jolt is back. Hey, Penelope. Look how cute these guys are. Thank you. Devious little bastards. They're fucking mean as shit. They might look cute, but they're mean as fuck. Especially if you're a stink. That's what I was thinking too. Those are meerkats. I love that we can press that little button over there. I think it's one of the coolest features ever that they've introduced. And then we can see up here there's more animals too that we can go look through. Like, what's an artificial reef? Or Icelandic sheep. Or it could go like llamas. And that's just so cool. What did your cousin do? Because maybe they deserve it. I love that. I just love that feature. In the recent iterations of Windows, there's not been a lot of good changes. Oh, we were gonna play some. We're gonna play some 7 Days to Die. I've followed New Vegas. I mean, well, right here we can look at this. I don't. Hold on. Let me look for a second. Let me make sure there's nothing right there that. Yeah, there's nothing bad. I don't have bad things on my computer. I just wanna be sure. Cause like on my other one, I saved some pictures and stuff of people that maybe their name didn't want to be out there. So that's. These are just what I've installed at the moment. I mean, we have Sims 4 and everything here. I've been playing Civilization 6 a lot lately. Halls of Torment's a pretty cool like game. 7 Days to Die is one of my favorite games ever. Of course, Fallout New Vegas. Stardew Valley, Sims 4. City Skylines is better than SimCity, I think. Postal 2 might be the best video game ever made. Yeah, that's what's right there. Yeah, just hide them. Just hide them. Don't worry about it. I know hiding. I know what hiding a bunch of things does. I get it. But we just don't. We look for a certain level of troll. And they don't come around very often, do they? Eh. I mean, you can do whatever you want. That's just what we do. You're ultimately left up to decide what you want to do. Oh, Left 4 Dead's here. So. I've had people in here tell me, "Oh, I love to play Rust. I love Rust," and I immediately go, "This person's pretty toxic." Daisy's kind of like that, you know. Daisy's a little more fun than toxic, though. Daisy's cool. Is there a more toxic community than the one on Rust online? Like, they're like painting swastikas on their buildings and like racial slurs and like. It's a little buck wild when you play Rust sometimes. All I gotta say is, if you didn't grow up in the mid 2000s online with video gaming, Rust is gonna throw you for a loop. There's a whole culture that's disappeared that you're gonna be exposed to, that you're gonna be like, what the fuck? Yeah, we did. I have it on here still. There's just some stuff about it that I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know. What are they? Me, Emmy, and Fishy all game in different ways, so we need a game with a little more structure on what we do. Hold me on it, folks. When I go live tomorrow night, make sure that I've cleaned the kitchen. If I haven't, be like, beer, no fun for you till you clean the kitchen. Okay. Thanks. Who? You guys can practice your. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought forget to do that. Sorry. You're right. You're right. There's a few people that have come in that I just blank on. You're right. He's been a consistent enough viewer. You want to be gray? I can remove your wrench if you want it. I was like, oh, sorry. You're right. You're right. Oh, I can remove your power if you want it. Don't worry. Who was it? I gave somebody a wrench one time. They're like, no, I don't want a wrench. No, take it away. And I'm like, oh, geez, okay, okay. It's like, you've just been in the chat enough and cool and shown up. Now he can't get timed out, so he's like, I have the power. Of course. I'm like, oh, gotta between. You got better though. That's one of my favorite parts of the album. I like they don't really continue it, but like all the like okay, think about that gag. Imagine all the non-visual parts of the gag. Those are on the album. And one of my favorite parts about the actual album versus the movie There's the cut to the famous people that are making out in the movie theater. There's also the report from the men's bathroom. I think the reports from the men's bathroom is missing from the movie. It's just something that I feel is lacking in the movie. Because how deep does it go? Emmy. Emmy. It's Emmy. It's Emmy, folks. It's Emmy. Hey, Penelope. I saw your show was on. Oh, folks. I was like, we don't have anything to play, and I'm like, wait the fuck a minute, we do. Oh, we got a brand new drop. We got. Sure, but you have to leave by 5 a.m. or I'm gonna open fire. So you better be packed up and gone. 5 a.m. exactly.
Big problem here. On this one, I'm going to try to weld this copper plate onto the big plate here, and I also have a
Oh, not the best, but they won't overheat on you. But you might want to use an external keyboard because your hands are basically right where the fans are. But I like them better. Mine that I have is a really powerful one. We're listening to Fishy right now. We'll go play 7 Days to Die. You guys will hear how my fans are pretty loud when I play it, but it's nothing crazy. I have 2 fans inside there, so if they get both running, that'll be pretty loud. I'm mad I get to be the second view. I saw Salt, and I'm like, "7 Days to Die." I usually play the game with headphones, so you won't even notice it then. It's a pretty demanding game. Oh, oh, thank you. I'm just over here, just like, oh, my stomach. Oh, beard ate a little much. I apologize. Unplugged, I mean, good luck gaming at all on a laptop unplugged. The gaming laptop, you're not really supposed to game on it unplugged. Think about it. Think about your gaming laptop as more of like your tower PC, but you're able to take it anywhere that you want. And then you can just plug it into the wall, and then it's light enough that you can actually carry it where you need to go. Hey, Nicole. If I run 7 Days to Die in Ultra, well, if I can run it in high, I don't like to run it in Ultra. The fans are pretty loud. I try and just run it in medium. And I can control all that too, so I mean. Excuse me. Seems like it's that. What if I put it at max? There's max. That's gonna be pretty loud. If your fans are running like this, you need to decrease your graphics. I mean, they should not be doing that. Something's definitely wrong. I don't know what the hell you'd be doing for that. I worry about it when it's sped up like that. I don't like. I'm just waiting for it to. Here, give me a second. I mean, we haven't loaded into the game yet. If I stream from my computer, it can be a little better, but I don't like doing it. A little hard to get the whole thing into. I just load in the entire map. One thing I did that saved a lot of bullshit was I turned the dynamic mesh off. Which the dynamic mesh on means like when you're in a city, every single building that's in the cell with you, every single item in that building is loaded in. Which was just like, what the fuck? Why would I ever want that on? What kind of computer am I gaming on? Shit. She's gonna bleed out soon. Is she bleeding? Yeah. Now she's gonna bleed out. You know, before we're... Yeah. I think VSync is off. 7 Days to Die is pretty demanding. We're starting to get a little more of it, I mean. I don't know what the point of VSync is. I think I have VSync off. 7 Days to Die is not, it's not very optimized well. Yeah, I don't know, it's making it a little choppier. Let's see. I mean, we're at 108 FPS, 116, 120, 109. We're dipping, we dip pretty far below when we get our slowdown. So yeah. Usually with 7 Days to Die, I'll describe it. You can hear my fans are getting a little... But there's certain games I can play, like Fallout New Vegas. They won't make a peep. Well, not... What the hell is that? Your scent has started to spread. The scent... Your odor carries... What the hell is this shit? Smell can be washed away by going underwater? What, my character has to bathe now? When the fuck did they introduce that? My character got dirty from eating a can of chili? Is it from digging the hole? Is it from the can of chili? Because we gotta do this. I hate the digging thing. We heard the undead, didn't we? I heard him. This shit bores me. I hate doing this, but this is the first thing we have to do for the trader. We'll get a machine gun out of this. Well, I guess we get a gun of our choice, but... We're going fortitude, so we need the machine gun. I'm trying to dig the hole out instead of just down. Because the undead are going to spawn, and I need to be able to get out of this thing really fast. Because I need to run. It's like right down here or something. Oh, there it is. A buried food stash. What was there? Okay, there's just a nurse. There was an old sandwich, an empty jar, and rotten meat in there. Wow. And then we can just press E to... I punched the zombie. I'm like, fuck you, zombie. V-Sync might matter more. Just for the consistency of the... Oh, yeah. And what are we at? 100 FPS? Some people build some crazy shit. And then there's people like me that are just like veterans of fighting a knobs game. Like they can build the fun shit. We'll put the bullets into the undead for them. That guy's not very nice. Beard's kind of a dick, but damn, that guy's a way bigger asshole than I am. Yes, I have real world. I have a mod where we have real world snacks. So as we see, there's Utz, like the bacon horseradishes in here, the Doritos spicy nacho, harvest cheddar, the old gratin ruffles. And then like here, look, we have Fanta pineapple. I thought it was really cool. Cherry Coca-Cola. I haven't smelled cola. Big Red Zero. I love it. I love it. There's several mods that I've installed like that. We don't have what we need for food. The Fun Time Mix? Oh. I only have 15 rounds for this. Jeez. 15 rounds is not really. We need 2 more cloth variants. Maybe there's something in this car here. There's pretty much anything in the cars. Some springs, some coffee beans. There used to be. There used to be like an improvised, like, there used to be a blunderbuss in the game. What the fuck? This is like a DayZ camp. Pro gamer move, by the way. I can accept the quest, or I can go in here and clear it, and then I accept the quest, and then I can get the loot twice. I saw that zombie, don't worry. Wow, he followed me with that. I'm willing to take a little bit of damage while I get my stamina up. Oh, he dropped a loot bag. That's really good. 9mm ammo. Oh, he dropped this is yucca juice is some of the best like water in the game. We have a medical journal. Damn, Nitro. Oh, we can loot the ambulance through the bars. This is like some medical camp. This is a place that has totally fallen to the undead. Ooh, the hunter's journal with the wolves. Oh shit, we run into some dire wolves or some bears. We're fucked. Damn. What the hell? Why am I getting so many loot bags? Oh, we can make the first aid bandage now. Can we make the cloth yet or not? No. Whoa. We have a rifle. You know one thing we should do? Set this bitch on fire. Come on. There we go. I don't think she'll go out if she goes through the water, will she? Yeah, we need to. We've gone low enough in health. We get hit one more time, we're gonna die, so we need to throw out some rifle rounds. We don't have anything. We're trying to go melee. We're trying to go hand to hand. That's why I'm concerned about the cloth. It doesn't do a shitload of damage. I think I hit all those shots. I'm encumbered now. Yeah. I know it's a bad use of my cloth, but I have everything I need to get a first aid bandage. So why the hell not? And that's it. We're out of ammo. We're over encumbered now. Whoa. Whoa, there's clothes here? Tattered socks? Tattered undergarments? What? What is this shit? Oh, we have clothing now? That's new. We're way over encumbered. Yeah, and those guys are tough. I wonder how the zombie feels when they pop out, and then I just... Where are we at? This one. Yeah, our squats is right there. Oh, Penelope, night. Yeah, possibly. I was gonna say, it's pretty late, and you said you were gonna wait to bed there. We'll talk in the morning. I'll respond to you when I get a chance. I like to pull the trigger. Yeah, there's like pipe rifles. I'm sure I'm Mr., but, you know. I accidentally deleted one of my saves, but I think I have it on here, so. I'll just have to update the world version. But you can see the game like far, far on. There's where we're squatting at. Whoever introduced the auto stack button, you're a fucking legend, man. Whoa. I didn't say where we were squatting was perfect by any means. At least right now, this is the most powerful weapon, is the... Is there like a door there? Is that what I saw? There's a gate. The undead can just see through here. I wonder if we can repair it. Hey, we repaired it. Does that mean... Look at that, we have glass again. This had glass. Does this have glass? No glass. Now it has glass. We're almost making it into a home, folks. Oh, this is, okay. So all the rest of this needs to go into here. And that's for the dukes, we need that. And those. This place is pretty ghetto. Oh, we're really hungry. What do we got to eat? I hate to tell this dude, but we haven't really got shit. We can restore like 4 food. We can eat one of the sandwiches and see if we get dysentery. I mean, we're starving to death. That's what the point of it is, right? Oh, great. We're just hungry now. Always watch your back when snacking. I mean, we don't really have anything to eat. We don't have a cooking pot. Whoa, what the fuck? See, this is this duck walk thing that the undead do. Yeah, we're not living through that. And before we're level 5, it's more advantageous to die. Because we can solve problems like being hungry. A good place to squat and hold my loot, yeah. Safe and secure. Fuck no, I don't even know where the safest place to sit here is. You're seen through this window here. Over in the corner here. This corner is a roof. This corner has the most amount of roofing, though. Survivor things. As we see, the fans run pretty loud. I can put my hand here. The computer's a little hot right here. Like here around where my fans are, the exhaust, it's pretty. You can feel it's kind of cool right here. But it like heats up around over here and stuff. So yeah, it definitely gets very hot to the touch. But where you're going to be holding your hands, not so much, so. think I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna cut out too. I wanna go to sleep. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'll just take an energy shot. And we'll play Fallout New Vegas. Listen to how fast my fans will get quiet though. It's a 16-inch display. You feeling, girl? Yeah, we're good now. I was like, Penelope was gonna get to bed at like early, and I'm like, she did it. At least for her. Wait, she meant before midnight, like, she meant my time. Oh. I thought the first one. Not what I deserve, so. Let's go watch a guy weld some steel to metal. I love Styro Pyro on the big screen like that. That's cool. I like it a lot. Let's watch the Macrowave video. Or we could watch the 1930s chemistry video. That's always fun. YouTubing with a beard. Tell your wives, tell your husbands, tell your wives' husbands' boyfriends. My wife has a husband who is gay. It sounds complicated. Styro is mostly known for his lasers. He's built like death lasers and all this. Like, he talks about this FBI visit that he had, where they were asking him about like this chemical that he bought, and when the FBI showed up at his door, he said, "What do you guys hear about the death laser?" And they're like, "Death laser?" They didn't know about it. They're like, "Do you know why we're here?" And he's like, "Death laser." Good way to bust yourself out to the FBI, huh? But he has a kid. He has a kitten that he met. He has a cat that he met. He's like secretly like a Disney princess too. Like all these animals. Like he has a bird friend and everything.
A year ago, I was digging through some trash cans at school when I came across this amazing book from 1933. It's called The Chemical Formulary. It's filled with all these different recipes from things like plastics, adhesives, to explosives and pharmaceuticals. It's an amazing book. It has all these really brilliant ideas, but there are also a few just completely crazy ones, and those are the ones I'm going to try today. Now, I feel like I'm stating the obvious here, but please don't try any of these things at home. Like some of these recipes in here can either blow your hands off, give you cancer, or even kill you in one breathful for the ones that make cyanide gas. So yeah, just leave that to me, please. And without further ado, let's get started. Don't you hate it when your coins are all dirty? Well, using this book, you can actually clean them yourself. All you need is a gallon of water and enough cyanide to kill 2,000 people. Now, unfortunately, I only have a few grams of cyanide, so I can only make enough to clean, a few handfuls of coins, as opposed to like a truckload. Why do I have enough cyanide? Man, why do I even do this crap? There's enough cyanide inside this little vial to kill me like 50 times over. So just the fact that I'm handling this stuff should definitely earn your subscription. There. Oh, look at that. The timer's coming right off. The cyanide's probably reacting with the copper and the copper oxide and reducing it to make a copper cyanide complex. What smells like almonds? Man, I don't like touching that. Wow, look how shiny that penny became. Now that's a penny worth risking your life over. This recipe claims it can make fabric fireproof. Now fireproof, let's see about that. I mixed up a batch of this fireproofing stuff using some roach killer and lime. And although it sounds pretty scary, it's identical to what's used in the book. The cloth on the left is the one
What the fuck?
fireproofing solution.
It does sound scary.
Yeah, impressive. Look at that. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I'm going to give that one a C, because it definitely was harder to light, but once it lit, it wasn't stopping. Now, I won't be demonstrating this one for you today, but I just can't help but wonder the circumstances for when this recipe actually got used. Alright, this one's pretty interesting. Solidified alcohol. And the chemistry just looks like making soap and alcohol solution. Now, why you need solidified alcohol, I'm not sure, but it sounds like fun. Now, heating flammable liquids to nearly their boiling point is never really a great idea, but I did and survived and made some of this cool solid alcohol. So does it exist? Let's find out. Ah, cool. I feel like this would make a great camping fuel. Now I know what you're thinking. Does it still burn when it's flying through the air? Well, one way to find out, I guess. Yep, definitely still burns. Man, this stuff is so much fun. I wish I had known about this as a kid. Actually, no, that would have probably been a terrible idea. Have a family member or pet die recently? Well, funerals can be expensive, but lucky for you, there's a nice recipe here for some corpse tissue filler. Here's one for the photography section called flashlight powder. Now, when I think of a flashlight, I think of, a continuous beam of light. But judging from the chemicals used in this definitely looks like something that will flash blind you for like 15 minutes. It's been a while since I've had a good flash blinding, so I stuck some of that flashlight powder on top of that tomato here. be seeing spots for hours. Okay, this one's one of my favorites. It's an asthma remedy that involves mixing a bunch of herbs, some of them toxic, and mixing it with the main ingredient in gunpowder, and then putting it into a pipe and smoking it. How's that supposed to make your lungs feel better? Here's one that sounds about as dangerous as it is fun. So it's a reusable match. So it's supposed to be a match that you can strike on a surface and light, blow it out, and then relight it again sometime in the future. Like, that sounds amazing, but I'll have to see it to believe it. The pyroxylin that this recipe called for is pretty much impossible to turn into a powder, so I had to dissolve it in acetone before mixing it with the other chemicals. But then I was able to mold it into some match heads and stick it on the end of pencils. Alright, let's see if this thing works. Rubbing the match heads on concrete didn't like them, so I just put them on a grinding wheel. Oh, there it goes! Well, that didn't go out. So just like I thought, this one was too good to be true. In the end, they just turned out to be really crappy matches. Here's a cold remedy that involves inhaling a mixture of chloroform, formaldehyde, ether, and alcohol, and plus a few herbs. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, the chloroform and formaldehyde are definite carcinogens, and then the chloroform and ether, that's like a Civil War era anesthetic. This would literally render you unconscious. So I decided to put a little bit of chloroform, ether, and isopropyl alcohol in this bottle, just to give this a test. So let's see. Oh my gosh, ugh, smells like cancer. Alright, here's one I know won't work well. So it's a recipe for black powder, and it's a mixture of potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal. And now the ingredients aren't the issue, but they make it seem like you can make good gunpowder by just mixing these ingredients together. It doesn't work that way. Making good black powder is really an art form. You can't just simply mix the components together. It needs to be milled together with something like a ball mill, and then granulated with a solvent. And to top it off, the speed of the black powder is highly dependent on the kind of charcoal that you use. On the left is 50 grams of black powder made by the book, and then on the right is 30 grams of my own homemade stuff. Now I'm going to put them both in the golf ball can to see how they act. Man, I have a lot of redneck artillery. First I loaded the can with the stuff based on the book's recipe. And it's not that impressive. Then I loaded it with some of the powder that I made based on Polonia charcoal. And as you can tell, it's much, much better than the book's recipe. Poison ivy sucks.
Of course he knows how to make gunpowder.
Mixing is just a few lethal doses of lead away. Here's one called Oriental Barometer, and I guess it's supposed to change colors depending on whether it's humid or not. Sounds interesting. I painted some cobalt chloride solution on this fake flower, and although the effect is subtle, it definitely changes color in high humidity. Now I know I've been fairly hard on this book, but in reality this book would have been very useful to someone who knew a little bit of chemistry in the 30s, because it's not like they had the internet to go look things up. There are a ton of good recipes in here, for lots of different things that you could encounter in your daily life, so it really was a good book for the time. Well, other than the pharmaceutical section at least, and the pesticide section. Definitely not the pesticide section. So that's about it for this video. And until the next time, stay safe and happy fumigating. This chemical recipe book from 1933 is one of the coolest things I've ever found in a trash can. And you guys seem to really like it when I tested all the crazy recipes inside. So without further ado, here's part 2. Alright, I gotta state the obvious here. Please don't try any of these recipes at home. Like, if you were to take some random person off the street and have them try all the recipes in this book, they almost certainly would get killed before finishing it, so please leave that to me. According to this recipe, molasses with just a pinch of neurotoxin is all it takes to keep your high voltage contraptions from arcing over. So let's give this thing a shot. What could possibly go wrong? Now, I've had more than my fair share of lead exposure over the years, so I decided to sub out the lead oxide with some bismuth trioxide. It's chemically pretty similar. Here I've broken out Old Smoky, and as you can tell, she's definitely seen better days. Now, she only outputs about a volt, but she can output about 1,000 amps. Alright, can this molasses mix stop Old Smoky? Let's find out. Now, it doesn't take crazy races to see a volt, but let's see if this molasses stuff can stop some real voltage. Here goes nothing. like there's nothing even there. Although granted, it is very hard to stop 100 kV. Here's one that will kill me a lot slower than most of the other recipes in this book. It's a recipe for vanilla icing. Now, I'm a terrible cook, but this sounds like something I can do. Now, I didn't need 7 pounds of this stuff, so I scaled it back quite a bit. And also, I decided to leave out the egg whites because I'm not feeling a case of salmonella today. Alright, let's give this vanilla icing a try. It's actually pretty good. I'm impressed, really. Although, even though it's satisfying in my taste buds, it still doesn't satisfy my urge to light things on fire. Luckily, you only need 1 extra chemical in order to convert delicious treats into extremely high temperature burning incinerating mix. And that's a little
These videos are nuts.
Let's see how well this stuff burns.
What the fuck?
Yeah, look at that. It is flammable. And that's what 1,000 calories looks like. And you know, compared to all the other crazy stuff this book made me make, this stuff actually smells pretty funny. It's still running like a minute later. That's fine. Here's one that seems awesome, but is straight up suicide. It's a recipe for tracer oils, and it's based off of a bismuth type of thermite. It makes an extremely bright light. I've actually made similar mixtures in pyrotechnics, but it wants me to press it with 1,000 pounds of force. You want to know why I'm not going to press it with 1,000 pounds of force? Here's some of this mixture right here. As you can tell, this mixture is extremely friction sensitive, so this is not something I'm going to press with 1,000 pounds. On further evaluation, this recipe is really too clever not to try. So like I said, it's a type of thermite with bismuth trioxide reacted with magnesium. But the book uses an abundance of magnesium. That way when the reaction starts burning, the excess magnesium gets heated up, which burns in air to make it extremely bright. But what's also awesome is that the metallic bismuth that's generated in the reaction is also very hot, and that will also react with the oxygen in the air, burning to make more of the bismuth trioxide. So in the end, you're only driving the reaction by burning magnesium, but you have a bunch of sources of bright white light. I'm going to give this a try anyway. I don't feel like blowing my hands off today, so I made a slight modification to the mixture, and that was just by adding 5% red gum. Now this stuff is essentially glue. That means I can just dump in some solvents and turn the stuff into pellets without compressing it and blowing off my limbs. Now these pellets won't be as structurally strong as if I would have actually pressed them, but I won't be shooting them out of a gun at supersonic speeds, so I don't need that kind of strength. Instead, I'm just going to toss them in my black powder cannon. Why do I even own a cannon? Here's the first test shot, with about 50 grams of the tracer pellets. I made these a bit too small because they burned up a few feet after leaving the barrel, but it's also because they're only going maybe a couple hundred miles per hour as opposed to supersonic like a bullet. I tried it again with bigger grain size, and the effect was a lot cooler.
Damn.
I would have tried again to get a better camera angle, but at this point I think the neighbors have had enough. Alright, this one seems pretty interesting. It's a recipe for an anti-fogging compound. That means 2017 my windshield still fogged up, so let's try this thing works. I mixed up some of this anti-fog compound, but I decided to go a lot lighter on the soap, because nowadays the soaps are much stronger than
That's great.
I'm only going to paint this stuff on half of this little piece of glass here. That way one side will act as a control. I threw that piece of glass inside the freezer to see if I could get any kind of condensation. And yeah, look at that, the uncoated side is already starting to fog up. Now, I would bet you that the other side is getting condensation too, but whenever water forms on the surface, simply just dissolves inside the acetone and glycerin mix. So yeah,
A sparkler roll.
Here's another one of those solid fuels like I did in my last video. And again, I'm not even sure why you need this, other than maybe preparing for warfare from your household, but let's give it a try. This mixture uses gasoline as opposed to alcohol like in the last one, but the concept is still the same.
Hey, I use that for my alcohol.
That fuel solution, and it does require heating up that flammable solvent to high temperatures, which is never really safe, but I was able to do it and make some of the solid gasoline. My first batch of this stuff sucked. It barely even turned solid at all. But my second batch turned out
Oh, I know.
I use a lot more stearic acid. As you can tell, it's pretty solid. It starts off solid, But once it gets burning, it starts melting and dripping liquid burning stuff everywhere. That's actually pretty terrifying.
Did he make napalm?
Yeah, there it goes. I would not want that spilled onto me. Now I know what you're thinking. This recipe's useless if it doesn't stay lit while it's shooting out of a cannon. Man, why do I do this crap?
Yeah, we all. It's universal. Every guy that you meet with all his fingers.
Stay tuned because I have a lot more videos in the works right now. And really, I can make a whole channel based off this chemical formula. There's so many crazy recipes in this book. So yeah, thanks for watching. I've pulled a ton of awesome stuff out of trash cans over the years. My favorite find is definitely this chemical formula book from 1933. I mean, there's just so many brilliant recipes inside.
Exactly.
Things like soaps and cosmetics, explosives, medications. This thing would have been a gold mine when we were living in the 30s. Now, if you've seen my previous videos in this book, you know there's some just absolutely insane recipes in here too. So of course, those will be the ones we'll be testing today. Now I know what you're thinking. Why on earth am I making part 3 of this series was really banned for the first 2 videos? Well, after chatting with YouTube a bit, it seems they didn't like my use of cannons, which I guess makes sense, so no more cannons. Something I should have mentioned last time is that I'm literally a chemist. I have the degree, I've worked in a lab, I've even taught it. And yes, the experiments you're about to see are extremely dangerous. However,
The dude's hand is pretty solar rayish.
and no, you should not attempt them because you'd probably get killed. I mean, there's other reasons why I do this. I mean, yeah, it's fun. But I think that there's a lot to learn from the historical aspects of chemistry. And I also want students out there to see that science is a lot cooler than just filling out worksheets. Anyway, let's see how much further
Yeah, that's awful.
without violating the Geneva Convention. Oh yeah, I'll be testing recipes from a bunch of volumes this time, not just the first one. Have you ever thought that crayons just aren't bright enough? Well, it turns out, making a fluorescent crayon is actually pretty easy. All you need are some uranium salts. Okay, but seriously, uranium in a crayon? What were they thinking? This is one of the worst ideas I've ever heard of. I can't wait to try it out. In this recipe, uranol nitrate is the uranium salt. Uranol. Now, uranium salts are radioactive, but what really makes them scary is their chemical toxicity. Uranium is a heavy metal after all. On the flip side, many uranium salts are absolutely gorgeous, strongly fluorescent in some of the most beautiful chemicals.
Thanks, YouTube.
It's quite unfair how something that looks so yummy is actually so toxic. As for the crayon, I ground up the calcium carbonate with the plaster, dissolved the uranol nitrate in water, and then mixed them together. The resultant mix isn't as fluorescent as it results in a uranol carbonate precipitate, but without the calcium carbonate, the crayons would be too hard to draw with. I put the paste in a syringe to act as a mold, and let it harden for a few days. Here is the finished uranium crayon. It's really more of a chalk, which means it's prone to making toxic dust as you use it. It does glow nicely under UV light though. Yeah, it's actually pretty hard to draw with, and it is pretty crumbly as well. Toxicity aside, it does look pretty neat under UV. Still though, the coolness to danger ratio isn't quite worth it in my opinion. The recipe said that anthracene could be used instead of the uranium, so I made some crayons based on anthracene as well. These actually glowed brighter and with a blue glow instead of green. These anthracene crayons are significantly less toxic than the uranium ones as well, which is an added benefit. This one's just in time for the never-ending kook season. It's a sore throat remedy. Now, the ingredients in here look pretty sketchy, so I guess I'm just gonna have to make some and see what it does. I'm not sure what the function of any of these ingredients is, honestly. And in fact, the recipe is quite toxic. Now, you'd think that mixing a strong Lewis acid with a potent oxidizer would organic Oh, I don't think that was supposed to happen. Maybe those beautiful flames are supposed to distract you from your sore throat. Either that, or I made a bad assumption. When the recipe called for a tincture, I figured it meant making a tincture of all that stuff. But in hindsight, it probably meant using a ferric chloride tincture as one of the ingredients. That would make more sense, because tinctures of ferric chloride were used in medicine a long time ago. It would also keep the iron dosages below lethal levels. Now, this auto-ignition reaction is actually quite interesting. The sheer act of dissolving the anhydrous ferric chloride in ethanol does release a substantial amount of heat.
Hey, fishy.
As soon as it's mixed. Even so, I don't think that's the only factor for flames here. Here are strong
Well, it's not uranium, it's more deadly. It's americium,
Reacts violently with organic compounds. Now, all the little
which is more radioactive.
you think that chloric acid is playing a role. I've mixed up a new batch of this stuff by first diluting the ferric chloride in water, and then adding the other chemicals.
Hey, Fishy.
Now, if the first reaction wasn't enough to dissuade using it as medicine, I better stick in some aluminum foil in there to see what it does. Wow, not only is this stuff toxic and a fire hazard, it's also highly corrosive. Neat. If you're an American with asthma, you probably have to pay a lot for inhalers. So instead, consider this homeopathic alternative, asthma relief cigarette. I bet your lungs feel amazing after one of these. I'm kidding, this is a horrible idea. This is a recipe for magnetizable fluid. Now, honestly, I don't see this working that well.
Oh, that was really good.
Mercury.
We listened to it right when it was posted.
That something so beautiful has to be so toxic. Now, to be honest, the liquid metal itself is actually quite inert, but it does evaporate enough to be a problem if there's a spill. Now, the only thing more toxic than the mercury is from the volumetric measurements in solid powder.
That had a real cool sound. I like the topic too.
That's probably intentional.
Though it has probably more of a meaning than I initially heard. I'll have to listen to it a couple more times.
Here you can see the field lines actually quite well.
Gotta love salt.
It just bunches up the iron powder there. This is actually a neat effect, really, because a strong magnet makes the liquid act like a switch between dull and shiny. Don't you hate it how easy it is to get severe burns when playing with fire? Well, lucky for you, here's a nice recipe for cold fire. Now, according to the book, this stuff can be applied to the skin and hair without causing injury. Now, there's a lot to unravel with this one. Cold fire? How's that even possible? Also, carbon tetrachloride? Isn't that the stuff that got banned from nearly everything because it causes cancer, it destroys the ozone there, and it's extremely toxic to the liver? Oh yes it is. So it does seem a bit sketchy to, have this stuff all over your body lighted on fire. But even so, I think it's worth trying out. Let's see how inflammable this stuff really is. Gosh, inflammable is such a stupid word. Well, that's a cool looking flame. Is it actually cold though? Let's try lighting some paper on fire with it. Okay, so it's not that cold, but it does take a while for it to catch on fire, so that is pretty nifty. Now check this out. If I dip the paper in the burning liquid, the part that comes in contact with the liquid doesn't actually burn. That's because only half of this mix combusts in the flame, and that's the carbon disulfide. The tetrachloride actually poisons the fuel and absorbs a substantial amount of heat as it evaporates. This protects whatever surface the mix is burning on. In fact, this is why carbon tetrachloride was used in fire extinguishers before they figured out it was cancer juice. Ignoring the huge health risks of the chemicals, this stuff probably could be put on skin and lit on fire without causing burns. As tempting as it is, though, even I'm not dumb enough to try it. Like seriously, every single part about this is stupidly toxic. There's actually another cold fire just below it in this book. Although not quite as dramatic, it's one popular among chemistry teachers and has the added benefit of not inducing cancer in the audience. I like to add a pinch of baking soda to the mix.
I know it was about salt.
If you're like most people who stare at screens all day, there's a good chance
And
you
food.
might find irritated eyes at some point. So what's the solution? Mercury salts and opium applied directly to your eyeballs. If that doesn't make your eyes feel better, I don't know what will. I've always been looking for a method of hardening copper. And check it out. Most of what I need is just pee. This is another one.
Yeah, it was salty.
I'm not quite certain what the function of the ingredients is. I bet the hardening here is just due to the quenching, and the chemicals probably just clean and passivate the surface. Alright, here we go. That smells amazing. Okay, so is the copper actually harder now? Let me get these a good scrape. Okay, yeah, I think the treated one is a little bit harder. It doesn't scratch as deep at least. I'm curious how the structure changed, so I'm betting an untreated one is a control. Now for the treated one. Huh, it feels stiffer, but it's actually easier to fold. Interesting. No parade is complete without purple flames and mercury fumes, and this torch has them both. Look at that, 10% calomel. So calomel is mostly just mercury, so burning this in parade is just going to fumigate the entire audience. However, it probably does make a gorgeous purple flame, so I'm kind of tempted to try
Oh,
it
yeah.
with water. I couldn't justify spraying hot mercury fumes everywhere, so I swapped out the calomel with chlorinated.
I figured it was not literal. Unless Fishy was just really hungry that day.
Well, here goes nothing.
They went to a really bad place to eat or something.
Wow, that's incredible. That's the most purple thing I've ever seen in my life. Amazing. It looks like the mercury wasn't needed after all. Just a source of chlorine to deepen the flame colors. This book is very generous with its use of cyanide. Whether you need to clean some coins or just keep your engine running smoothly, you always find a way to throw some cyanide in the mix. But lucky for us, we also include this convenient procedure for dealing with your inevitable cyanide poisoning. The first steps aren't anything crazy, but check out step 4. It has one of the best sentences I've ever read. If patient survives, give a medic, and after vomiting, supportive of strong coffee with brandy or whiskey. Let's party, you survived. Don't you hate it how easy acid on it? Well, thankfully, this can be a thing of the past with this acid-proofing concoction. I love how making acid-proof wood involves pouring boiling acid on it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? The coats of the first solution didn't do anything crazy, but things got interesting with the second one. The wood started changing color, and dipping the paintbrush back into the solution caused it to change color as well. After the wood dried, it became much darker, and the second coating made it turn black. The chemistry here is a polymerization reaction that produces a polyaniline compound. These compounds are both acid-resistant and potent dyes. By some crazy coincidence, a chemist friend of mine stumbled upon this very recipe in a publication from 1925 when building a low-cost chemistry teaching lab. Okay, so is it actually acid-proof? Let's dump some concentrated hydrochloric acid on there and find out. Huh, no, they do much to either of them. Interesting. Let's try something much nastier this time. Sulfuric acid tends to chew up most organic stuff it encounters because it's a potent dehydrating agent.
Just pouring hydrochloric acid.
Untreated stuff at least. Let's drop the base and investigate. The surface of the untreated stuff has been turned into a gummy mess. The treated piece has been affected too, though. It's not pitted nearly as badly, but some of the treatment does rub off. I'm not sure how much of it is the linseed oil versus the wooden polyaniline. Either way, it's not acid-proof, but it is acid-resistant, and it's certainly an interesting formula. This one's from the alloy section. It's an alloy that's
Hey, Pasha.
electrical fuses. Now, I'm not exactly one to fuse my electronics, but check out that melting point. This stuff should be able to melt in hot water, which I think is pretty impressive for such easy-to-find metals.
Yeah, what is Fishy talking about?
Melting the lead and bismuth together. Then once that was molten, we mixed in the tin shell. Unfortunately, I had a small incident which required me to melt it all back down again before casting it into cute little coin-sized pieces. So does it melt in hot water? One way to find out. Any second now.
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little sleepy.
What's going on?
I've just been going through
It looks like the book lied.
dealing with stuff.
It turns out that no mix of these three metals can have a melting point of 168 Fahrenheit. Well, that's disappointing. It still works as a fuse.
I'm laying down over here because my stomach's a little upset, but I'm good.
This one looks pretty simple.
I did it to myself.
I mean, you can't sneeze if you're unconscious, right? Okay, this one's called toilet milk. What is toilet milk? I looked it up on Google and I couldn't find any meaningful answers. I guess I'm just going to make some of this stuff and see what it does. I figured this was supposed to be an emulsion of some sort, so I started by dissolving the cetyl alcohol in the oil, then added glycerin after that. As for the soap, I threw in a little lard soap solution, and also added a bit of freshly diced bar soap for good measure. I added the water, but the compounds really didn't want to mix at this point, so I tossed the whole thing in the microwave for a few minutes. And after shaking, the mix was nice and uniform. Well, I still don't know what this stuff is. Oh yeah, I forgot the perfume. Okay, now it makes sense. This is clearly some kind of highly moisturizing soap, which means only one thing. It's obviously for nourishing your toilet. I can't think of a better mix for cleaning and lubricating those pipes. Drink up, Nessie. This one seems easy enough. Determining the polarity of batteries.
I was like, I closed Discord.
Recipe, so I felt it was worth trying out. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, look at that. It does indeed make a brown spot. The battery drives an electrolysis reaction that oxidizes iodine into iodine.
Toilet milk, huh?
That's what gives it that color. Nifty. There's a lot of cool electroplating techniques in this book, but here's a recipe that simply chemically plates silver in a glass. And ignoring the potential explosion hazard there of ammonium silver, this actually seems like a cool way to make some DIY mirrors. I made my silver nitrate by dissolving silver bars in nitric acid. And yeah, that gas is as toxic as it looks. Now this first solution here generates a silver ammonia complex called Tollens reagent. It's used to detect aldehydes in the lab. This compound has to be used fairly quickly because it will degrade into the extremely unstable silver nitride. I taped off one side of the
Welcome to my science emporium. Yeah, I've been doing pretty good.
mixing in the sugar solution, silver began to coat the
We're gonna have a
inside of the beaker.
nice warm day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that.
Shiny. Oh wow, that turned out way better than I expected. That's actually a really nice mirror. I can't believe how well that worked. This beaker is even more impressive though. Look at that incredible finish. It's funny because the recipes in this old book feel like mixing potions and casting spells sometimes. And this is a perfect example of that. I just made a dark, murky liquid that coats glass in a brilliant silver shine. And this is straight up witchcraft. Chemistry is just modern alchemy after all. And the best part is that the science doesn't kill the magic. Now before I end this video, I feel like I owe it to the editors to clarify some stuff. It may seem like all the recipes in these old books are just insane, but I'm focusing on the craziest recipes here. In reality, these books were an incredible resource for the day, not just for chemists either, but all kinds of formulas for all a single place. You know the inventories for some old libraries? Look at some of them still have like 100 alcohols. This could have been so popular back then. Yeah, we've come a long way in 90 years. At the same time, it's impressive to see what they're able to accomplish with such a while since I've posted a video. Actually, about a year.
My body's like making my sinuses run in order to get me to go to sleep. Fuck off, body. We could watch an outdoor boys video. I could go to sleep.
Welcome back. I'm that chemist, and
A Danny Duncan road trip video. I want to watch his content. I trust his content's good. That's not it. I'm just like... The tornadoes. You see me working and you wonder if I'm working? That's not interesting. Mr. Funky. Fallout Detroit. Yeah. Why are you gay? You are gay. what is work? Exactly. That's what I'd ask somebody. What is work? How would you define work? What did the builders of Stonehenge eat? Okay, so I'm doing that. You guys should see. You've been live for like 5 hours or something. You get so fucking hungry. Exactly. I mean, it just depends. Like okay, you work on like your laundry and all that, and you work cleaning your kitchen. You're a chatter. Sorry. I mean, I gotta focus on being entertaining, which I'm not doing the best at right now. But also, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I've been live for 274 minutes, so I think like we're gonna go smoke a cigarette. And yeah, I'm probably yeah. Yeah, let's go smoke a cigarette and we'll go move Miss Fanny into the bedroom and we'll go to sleep. I at least want Fanny in her spot. It's weird, I don't sleep as well. I sleep weirdly if I don't have Fanny in her spot. I've tried a few nights and I'm like, okay, let's not have Fanny in here. And I'm like, if I don't put Fanny here, and I don't even hold her necessarily, she's just right in this little spot that I put her in. I sleep really alert, and I've been having dreams where I grab at her, like grab it for Penelope. Which is weird for me to dream about grabbing for somebody that's like beside you, like to hold on to them, to like cuddle up to them close that you've never laid in a bed with. Especially for somebody without the visual memory or any of the visual stuff. It seems weird to me. It's usually Fanny, because I'm just so used to her, but it's weird. We've been through a few. Let me get some light on in here. Hey, the Reaper. Who needs his life when you were a wizard for a man? My stomach's so bloated I can hardly come up the stairs. Hope I don't puke later. I really... I got that food in me. Most people have that dog in them. I got that food in me. Why do I feel like that's a Gabriel Iglesias joke? He's done some joke that's similar to that. And if he hasn't, what the fuck? I'm headed for bed too. We're gonna finish this cigarette. Thank you for tuning in, Pasha. It's great to see you. As always. Oh, the beach. We love the beach, folks. Maybe, I don't know if I do, to be honest. I think the beach is kind of gay, but... Oh yeah, we don't use that word like that anymore. Gay. Welcome to the past. Benny. Oh, you mate. Oh, you fucking right there, mate. There's your terrible Australian accent with beard. Oh, you fucking alright there, mate? I can't do accents, so congratulations. That's probably the best accent you'll ever hear from me. Oh, you fucking mate. You fucking tosser, you. Just combining together. Slang. There we go, girl. Well, Fanny is in her spot. You know, that means one thing. I am gonna go to bed. Heck yeah. Beard's feeling it. As much as you guys are having fun. Yeah. You guys caught me at the end of the live. Well, that feels better. They will help. Is your doctor? I'm not sleeping on my live. That was my stomach upset. That was the... That was the bad. %70 sugar, 30% strawberry. Gosh, shoddy. It's your birthday. Y'all got 5 more minutes, if I can make it. My stomach feels like I'm pregnant. He can. Why am I bloated? Oh yeah, the noodles. The butter. The Pop-Tart. The Rice Krispie treat. Well, not the Rice Krispie treat. I didn't eat anything all day. Oh, got him. The fuck? Okay, folks. I've almost passed out a couple times. I like y'all having fun. But I gotta depart. I appreciate y'all tuning in. And we'll go live. I'll try and go live in the morning at some point. Maybe when I wake up, we'll go figure out a breakfast or something. Have some actual decent food. We'll see. Anyway, folks, take it easy and cheers, y'all.